静日记。静日记，静。
we have to start. If for nothing, we are keeping two busy persons waiting, and they have other university engagements. So we have to start. I want to begin by inviting my own dean. She's the dean of the Faculty of Arts, and that is why I refer to her as my own dean, Professor Olufunke Adeboye, the dean of the Faculty of Arts. Please, a round of applause. I've breached protocol. In fact, before inviting my dean, I should have invited the chief convener so that my dean will not be isolated on the high table. So, the chief convener, Professor Okwe Davis. A round of applause. That is the centrifugal factor. It's the one that has brought us together, dragging us right, left, and everywhere. Please, he deserves more than that. The chairman for this event, also claiming for myself, is my Vice Chancellor, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe. But due to university engagement, is not here, but is ably represented by an equally big masquerade. Please, before I call that name, give him a round of applause. He is a professor of chemistry, Professor Oluwole Babafemi Familoni, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research. You are welcome, sir. You were supposed to sit with the governor, but he's not yet here, so you will be isolated for the time being. We are sorry about that, but we know you are used to that, especially in the laboratory. Thank you, sir. Let's start with prayer. Everything we do, we have to commit it into God's hand. Okay? We call on the co-chair to give us an opening prayer, Professor Aja from the University of Uyo. I didn't know how he got here, but he's here. Come, please, for the opening prayer. Why do you want to do that in hiding?
Huh? I think God can answer from everywhere, so.
It's not that. Let those you are representing see you.
Let's be upstanding as we pray. Father, we want to thank you for the privilege of life, especially some of the participants came from thousands of kilometers within Africa, and they arrived here safely. But I want to thank you for this university. You have used as a beacon of hope as regards digital humanities practices and scholarship in Nigeria, in Africa. I want to thank you for the management. I want to thank you for the faculty that created the ambience, the atmosphere. I want to bless you, Lord Jehovah Nissi, for everything you have done. You have assembled us here just for the cause of knowledge. The scripture told us that knowledge will be an increase. Apparently, this is part of the increase. Father, we pray that this ceremony, as we grace it, as we invite your presence, come and take preeminence over our lives. And everything we do here, let it bring glory, honor, and adoration. Thank you because you know you have answered. We know that when the children of God gathered, Satan gathered in their midst, but we are sure your presence will stand against all infiltrations of darkness. We give you honor, we give you glory. And we declare this meeting as Lord Jesus, handing it over unto you in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Before I invited the chairman, I should have invited someone else, and that is the university librarian. He's not a librarian, she is the university librarian. Dr. Said, but she's ably represented by Stella, Mrs. Stella Unduka. Please. Come and sit. Come and take your seat right beside the Deputy Vice Chancellor. We want to now take the national anthem, and we have the university choir. When you get back to your universities, just see what the University of First Choice is doing and try to replicate it.
After the university anthem.
Let them know. A round of applause for this first. A round of applause. Yeah. No, don't leave, don't leave. University anthem, the round of applause is for the national anthem. So you are going to get another round of applause for the university anthem. You can do better than that. You can do better than that. If you have not written your university national anthem, they are there as consultants. You can be seated. When we tell you we are the university of first choice, the nation's pride, you can see why. Just look at the complex where you are seated. Well, welcome to University of Lagos. That's the way we welcome you. I call on the host for this event, my dean, the Dean Faculty of Arts, Professor Olufunke Adeboye, to give our own remarks. I'm used to having men in that position, so don't forgive me. Welcome, ma.
Thank you. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, ably represented here by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics and Research, Professor Familoni, the convener of the program, who is also the director for the Center of Digital Humanities, Professor Tunde Okpe-David, the university librarian, ably represented here by Mrs. Stella Nduka, distinguished colleagues from various disciplines, various universities that are here to participate in this summer school, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this program, this summer school on digital humanities. The theme for this year is reconfiguring research and scholarship in the human sciences, a technology-driven capacity building forum in sub-Saharan Africa. I know you have been here since Sunday evening when you started, but this is our formal welcome for you into the University of Lagos. You would have heard our choir sing our university anthem, telling you that we are the nation's pride. UNILAG is not just the nation's pride, we are the university of first choice in Nigeria and the nation's pride. But there is another secret I also want to tell you. My Oga is here. Within the University of Lagos, the Faculty of Arts is the faculty of first choice, whether you are looking at it alphabetically or you are looking at it structurally. We are the faculty of first choice and the university's pride. So I welcome you to the University of Lagos and to the Faculty of Arts. You see, one thing that is so distinctive about our faculty is that we specialize in so many languages. We teach so many, it's like a center for languages. We have English, we have French, we have Russian, we have German, we have Igbo, we have Yoruba, all within one roof. And Chinese. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And apart from the languages, we are also very creative. You have seen our students, the way they rendered our university anthem. These are students from the Department of Creative Arts, where we have theater arts, we have music, we have visual arts. It is a faculty that is also deeply religious. We have, in our Department of Religious Studies, we have Christian Religious Studies, we have Islamic Religious Studies. We are philosophical, with a very strong Department of Philosophy. And last but not the least, in fact, the mother of all the the disciplines there is history. We are very, very historical, because whatever we teach, we situate within the historical context. And you see, that brings me to some of the issues you have been looking at here. Interdisciplinarity, the blurring of the boundaries between various disciplines. I have gone through the program and I found a lot of very interesting topics, very interesting issues that you have been discussing and which you will still discuss. Digital humanities has opened the world, to practitioners in what we now call human sciences. Before we call ourselves humanities or arts, now the global tendency is now to look at us as human sciences. And within that, in your program here, I have seen topics on textual mining and analysis, on digital ethnography, on textual communities. These are all very wonderful issues that I believe we will harness and use to further improve our capacity and make our scholarship cutting-edge scholarship. We want to thank the Volkswagen Foundation through the German Embassy for funding this summer school. We thank them, we acknowledge all they have given. I also want to especially thank the organizers of this summer school, the conveners. I know Professor Kwe David mentioned a co-convener, so that means there are several conveners. I thank you all. My little appeal is that the next one you do, don't just focus on early career. You see, the mid-career and the late career, the senior scholars can also benefit. Don't write us off as analogs. We can also do digital. So please package something for mid-career scholars and senior scholars too. And to the participants, I consider you very, very lucky. Some decades ago, when people like us finished our PhD, there was nothing like this digital humanities, digital scholarship that would have really given us a launching pad at that time. But even despite that, the Lord helped us. But for you, you are starting up in full speed. So I consider you a very, very lucky group. I want to encourage you to make the most of this opportunity. Try and network. You see, the two colleagues from Adekunle Ajasin should not be sitting together. Obafemi Awolowo should not be sitting together with another Obafemi Awolowo. So let us interact, let us network. These are people you will be collaborating with, you will be writing research grants together, don't rely on the people in your home department. You have new collaborators here. Network with them, collect their cards, collect their contacts, and this is a launching pad for you. And lastly, we want you to enjoy the ambience of the University of Lagos. This is the only university that you can approach from 3 dimensions. You can come by air, you can come by road, you can also come through the water, because we are situated by the lagoon front. Enjoy the lagoon front, but don't swim and don't fish. Just enjoy yourself. You are welcome. Thank you.
Give my dean a round of applause. I'm not saying you should clap for her because we are surprised at what she has said. It's expected. Offhand, she can stand here 3 hours and she'll be giving you a lecture. A round of applause again. As she has emphasized, you are privileged not just because you are attending the summer school, you are privileged to enjoy this ambience. So enjoy it while it lasts. Let me call on I've been given the go-ahead. I can't just, you can't invite a masquerade without getting the permission of the masquerade. So, I hand over the mic. I invite Professor Oluwole Babafemi Familoni, the DVC, Academic and Research, representing our Vice Chancellor. A round of applause, please.
The Dean of Arts and the host of this meeting, the representative of the librarian, Mrs. Stella Nduka, co-chair from our sister university, participants at this meeting, and one of the senior members of the Faculty of Arts, Professor Victor Awodusi. The convener, even though he's not around here, Professor Okwe Davis, the members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the opening ceremony of this year's Lagos Summer School in Digital Humanities, otherwise called LSSDH 2021. Right from its inception, here at the University of Lagos in 2017, this summer school has been conceived and consistently delivered as a critical intervention in meeting the digital skills need of pre-doctoral, doctoral, and postdoctoral candidates and junior researchers, not only in Nigeria, but also in the rest of Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa. Before now, our researchers have been compelled to seek such opportunities abroad, particularly in Western Europe, North America, mostly Canada and USA. And we are very happy that University of Lagos, through Professor Okwe Davis, is championing this, and we thank him for that. He's just trying to make it what we say true, that University of First Choice and the nation's pride. The core vision of this summer school in digital humanities has been to raise, develop, equip a new generation of scholars and researchers in human and liberal sciences that will use digital technologies to drive innovation and development in Africa. As such, it is designed as an intensive week-long program of practical activities where participants will be exposed to contemporary tools, techniques, and methods in digital humanity and scholarship. We are very proud to say that our Center for Digital Humanities, University of Lagos, is the first of its kind in Nigeria and the whole of Africa. As a university, in line with our mission and core values, we are focused on promoting and pursuing excellence in research and learning, making us University of First Choice and the nation's pride. The center has succeeded in attracting grants both from within and outside the university, Nigeria, within a short time of its establishment. It only speaks of the quality of our academic staff and the vision of our administration in making both staff and students frontline competitors and achievers in global stage. The summer school in digital humanities has remained one of the most productive initiatives to mentor young scholars and researchers from Nigeria and the sub-region. In 2018 edition, I'm told, produced 5 winners of ADHO Travel Bursary Award, a fully funded trip to universities in Utrecht, Leiden in the Netherlands for international workshop and conference in July 2019. The center is currently conducting national research in the use of technologies in Nigerian political practices sponsored by CEDHUL. This is shows that if you put your mind in it, you can get what you want. If you think humanities does not have any future, you are wrong, and that's why CEDHUL thinks it's very important, and that's why they are funding the works of the center. Given the achievement of the summer school and that of the Center for Digital Humanities so far, therefore, I must commend Professor Tunde Okwe-Davis, Director of the Center, as well as the current head of the Department of English, for his relentless effort in making the Department of English or University of Lagos globally visible, in all its efforts to make University of Lagos globally visible as one of Africa's thriving centers for the practice of digital humanities. Let us make no mistake about one fact. Although more of the emphasis today is grant awarding institutions seems to be STEM disciplines, that is physics, technology, science, technology, and other areas like you think we need digital, but humanities also, they have their own ways of utilizing technology. We must acknowledge this in the integral role of the humanities and social sciences have played and continue to play in the achievement of society from the recorded beginnings of scholarship. As an Alexander von Humboldt Fellow, that is a scholar from Germany, Professor Okwe-Davis has been committed to pushing the frontiers of knowledge in digital humanities scholarship in Nigeria and Africa at large. Once again, I commend him. Unfortunately, being the convener is running around to make sure that this conference is successful, probably waiting for the representative of the governor. Let me at this junction thank the Volkswagen Foundation, Germany. Professor Okwe-Davis, I've just commended you. I know you are running around for what you are doing. Let me at this junction thank the Volkswagen Foundation, Germany, for the general support for this Institute for Digital Humanities, University of Cologne, Germany, who has been kind enough to collaborate with the Center for Digital Humanities, University of Lagos. It is safe to say that without the support of the University of Cologne, this year's edition of summer school might not have been possible, given the unprecedented challenges brought about by COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm sure if this conference takes a longer time to start, it may be caught up by another lockdown. We thank God that we are proactive, we are lucky. Whatever is the directive of the government, we have started, and so it cannot be retroactively binding upon us. We are going to finish and enjoy this week without any problem. On this note, I'm happy to inform you that although the pandemic has disrupted the university system in many ways, it has been an opportunity for innovation all over the world. Here at the University of Lagos, we have managed to contribute to reducing the spread of the coronavirus by switching to virtual classes and examination, at least the most part of it. In this concluding part of the first semester 2019-2020 session, therefore, we have a good opportunity to identify what issues still need attention while taking advantage of all it takes to teach online. I can assure you that we were the first to start post-UTME virtually in your houses, in the houses of all the students. A lot of people thought, how can somebody have the lecture in their houses and it's not going to be impersonation? University of Lagos were able to have the picture of the person that is taking the examination, and as the person taking the examination, you can compare them, so nobody else can take the examination. And if you do what is wrong, we are capable of talking directly to you. If you take your video away from you, we can speak to you, we can test you, and if you mess up more than that, we can flag you. But we do not stop your examination, because everything from the beginning to the end is recorded. So if you take anything against you, if you make any complaint, take a complaint at all, we are capable of allowing you to see from beginning to the end of your examination. And this is digital, which due to COVID, we are making the best of it. And if not, I don't think we will have done that without COVID. So even though COVID is not good, we are making the best of it. And we are able to examine 22,000 students virtually. Not only that, we have done examination for years 1 and 2 virtually, in which 163,000 courses were written during this period. Our virtual learning and examination initiatives has inspired other institutions who have sought our help in this regard. I don't want to name them. They're about all those people around us. We have been helping them. No doubt then that hosting a summer school of this nature, given the array of international experts in digital humanities scholarship, will be facilitating the sessions, improves our, and those people that will be facilitating the session, they don't have to be here, that means. Because we are saying digital, we must use all digital opportunities available to us. Even though they are not here, their ability to talk to us improves our prospects for adjusting to this new normal that has suddenly been imposed upon this world. The University of Lagos will continue to play the leadership role as one of the first 10 universities in Africa as we escalate our research and teaching, supported with the modern technologies that is available to us. With these few observations, let me once again welcome all of you to our beautiful campus and encourage you to savor the pleasure of our lagoon front and our exciting locations here. I wish you a very successful and enriching program. Recently, we just renovated our lagoon front so that those who are going on the Third Mainland Bridge will be able to notice our university. But since you are here on ground, you can go to the lagoon front that has just been renovated, but it's at the beginning of the renovation. If you come back by September, you probably will know that you are now at University of Lagos. So we welcome you to enjoy the scenery. Just like the Dean of Arts told you, he said you should not fish, but if you want to fish, most important thing, don't jump into the lagoon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for my Deputy Vice Chancellor. A round of applause for my Deputy Vice Chancellor. The Dean gave you the license to go on sightseeing. You have been given an additional license. You can now do what? You can now fish. So anytime you want to fish, you go there. Also clap for my DVC for bringing you in on a state secret that our students wrote their exams from their respective homes. We are always innovating, and you will always be following us behind. Don't worry. A round of applause. It's not jealousy. Well, the governor, the representative of the governor is here, and I would like to invite him to the high table, clean-shaven, fine guy, Mr. Tubosun Alake, special advisor to the governor on innovation and technology. Yes, he's advisor to the governor on innovation and technology, but he will also do well as a model. A round of applause, please. I want to recognize a masquerade in the Faculty of Arts. He walked in while the Deputy Vice Chancellor was speaking, and I cannot proceed without recognizing him. Professor Segun Awonusi. Please stand up, sir, for recognition, please. Stand up for recognition. You will see how bad my diction is when he speaks. A round of applause, please. Before we call on the representative of the governor to give his own remark, let me make some clarification. Dr. Richard Aja, I called on, is the co-chair. I'm the program chair, is the co-chair. Professor Okpe Davis is the chief convener. We have a co-convener from the University of Cologne. In fact, is the director, Institute of Digital Humanities, University of Cologne, Germany, and that is Professor Ovind. Want to listen to his welcome address? Over to you. Yeah. We have it. This is digital, don't worry. You listen to him from Cologne, Germany. So over to you, Akinola James. Then we'll get back to you.
Dear honorable guests, dear colleagues, dear students, dear participants. I want to extend my warmest welcome and congratulations also from the University of Cologne. My sadness over not being with you today in person dwindles when I see how you managed to organize this summer school despite all the challenges we are facing now. It is truly impressive to manage to organize such an event under such circumstances. Dear Tunde Ope Davis, my warmest congratulations and gratefulness to you and your team in Lagos. You were the ones who made this happen. A big thank you also to the management of the University of Lagos for providing the enabling environment to host the summer school and for further support for the work in our disciplines. Our deep gratefulness also goes to our funder, the Volkswagen Foundation, for their support and flexibility in this difficult situation. Also our staff in Cologne, especially Slavina Stoyanova, who has worked hard to make everything work as smoothly as possible in our end, deserves our gratefulness. A great thank you also to all the teachers who will be present in yet more online sessions in order to share their knowledge and engage in the global discussions in our field. To all the students and the other participants on site, it is hard to express fully how happy and impressed I am that you managed to be there and take part in the face-to-face exchange of ideas and knowledge. I am confident that you will invest your abilities to the fullest and make as much as you can out of this opportunity to meet, to discuss, and to learn. I know that all of you have important contributions to bring to the discussions and the cooperation, and that you will bring what you learn home after the event and use it for the future growth not only of our discipline, but also of your communities and institutions and the societies you live in. Indeed, I strongly encourage you to take some time in quietness, without mobile phones or computers, to ponder on the powerful words of Professor Chibaka from last Sunday. With the best wishes for a fruitful summer school, welcome and thank you.
We want to a round of applause for the co-convener, Professor Ovin from the University of Cologne. We want to now take the remark of the representative of the governor, Mr. Tubosun Alake. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. Permit me to take my mask off. All right, that's better. So I bring you greetings from Mr. Governor. He really wanted to be here, but you know, time constraints and other engagements, of course, took his time. But he sent me, and I must say, I always find myself at home when in Unilag and also participating in activities like this. So thank you very much for the invite. Professor Tunde Okpe Davis, thank you for putting this together. Before I go into the governor's remarks, you know, I am a huge fan of the applications that technology can bring out of the humanities. I mean, when you look at, I think recently I was observing digital migratory patterns, right? From the very, in the old centuries, all the way from Egypt down to the coast of Africa. And, you know, some of the things that, some of the data points that we extracted from that really speaks to even some of our behavioral patterns today. And it convinced me the efficacy of big data, right? And how we can apply that to enhance anthropological studies. So I am, this is very much a step in the right direction, and I must commend your efforts and those of the entire team. So thank you very much, Professor Tunde Okpe Davis and the entire team. Deputy Vice Chancellor, thank you for having us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's such a wonderful time to be here, to be alive. I'm very pleased today to be here on this occasion of the third Lagos Summer School in Digital Humanities, a platform which aims at using technology as the driving force to promote knowledge in the States and by extension the African continent. We are proud to identify with the focus of this initiative as it aligns with one of our deliverables in Lagos State, which is the education and technology pillar. It's not by accident that we put those together in one box. It's a very, very pivotal pillar for our development agenda. And this seeks to improve human capacity, promote intellectual development of our young people, and hasten our pace towards becoming a smart city. You know, following the various innovations, such as the creation and introduction of robotic science, artificial intelligence, increasing global investment in STEM education, to mention but a few, it has become apparent that information technology is the future, which must be embraced by any nation that aims for sustainable development. Given the increasing importance of digital technology in today's world and the emergence of the digital humanities, I must commend Professor Tunde Okpe Davis, the convener of this platform, and the great minds of the Center for Digital Humanities. In conjunction, Unilag, in conjunction with the University of Cologne, we want to thank them for creating this platform to aid the systemic use of digital resources in increasing the capacity of the digital humanities and growing that space. The Lagos Summer School in Digital Humanities has in no doubt in the past 3 years of its existence shared our vision and passion to use technology as a force to promote a knowledge-based society, a digital economy, and to transform Lagos into a 21st century smart city. This is by no means a small feat, and it proves that we are raising, training, and equipping the new generation of scholars and researchers, not only in other parts, but also in the human sciences. In line with the theme of the edition of the Lagos Summer School Annual Forum, Reconfiguring Research and Scholarship in the Human Sciences, a technology-driven capacity building forum in sub-Saharan Africa, there is a need to refocus research and scholarship for postgraduate, doctoral, and postdoctoral students and scholars by producing and using new applications and techniques that will make new kinds of teachings and research possible while impacting the digital culture and cultural heritage of people. In sub-Saharan Africa especially, there is a need to invest in building the capacity of our scholars and researchers through collaborative, transdisciplinary, and computational engaged research, teaching, and publishing. The investment in capacity building and digital humanities will go a long way in ensuring that we produce research work that is not just collaborative and well distributed, but are also open and more accessible. That is extremely key. Thereby ensuring that humanities projects and journals from this part of the world will be more established. In line with our commitment to the principle of proactive governance in Lagos and our aim of ensuring our youths are given the needed leverage to meet up with the current global trends and innovations in IT. One of the pivotal projects that we are doing in Lagos State is the rolling out of our 3,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable in Lagos. Now, this project will bring high-speed internet to all public secondary schools, primary schools, and all public tertiary institutions, including all hospitals, both primary to tertiary hospitals, and all government buildings. We want to fully adapt to the reality of the 21st century, which is all about using digital tools to deliver learning. And of course, that was evident in, I'm sure, the exams that we're taking. Our goal is to ensure that every home and every child has access to high-speed internet to ignite their productivity and to enhance creativity and innovation. In the same vein, and towards raising the level of science research and innovation, we reignited the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council, which is actually chaired by Professor Ogundikpe of UNILAG. And the institution started with a seed fund of about 250 million naira. And currently, this council is supporting 16 research efforts in different critical areas of need. I must comment that UNILAG was actually the largest beneficiary of research funding last year. And that speaks to some of the work that is going on here. And we are really proud to be associated with the work that UNILAG is doing. Our major objective for establishing this initiative, which is the platform, which this platform can leverage on, is to encourage research work that will develop technology-driven solutions to our local challenges in different sectors. I know last year we funded the ambivent ventilator that is patent pending currently by a team of researchers, multidisciplinary researchers from Lagos State. And we have a lot of patent pending research work as well that is also waiting patent approval. And we discovered that there is no way for us to develop except we fund research. That is the bottom line. We have to fund research. We not only have to adopt technology, we have to create technology. We have to create new ways of doing things That is the only way long-term value can be created, not just for this state, but for the entire Nigerian space. As part of our plans to achieve our goals in education and technology, especially at the tertiary level, we are currently working towards building collaborative relationships with Ivy League institutions in other countries, such as we did last month with the establishment of the Lagos State University and Cornell University project, the postgraduate professional certificate exams that last week we'll be doing with Cornell, to give our students the opportunity to gain global skills that will make them relevant, employable, and globally competitive. We are cognizant of the fact that making Lagos a smart city can only be achieved through substantial and sustainable investment in creativity and innovation. And of course, the enhancement of human capacity development. Therefore, we will continue to invest efforts and resources until our dream of a greater Lagos is achieved. I wanted to add that, every day I wake up, my waking thought is always, how do I enhance the livelihood of our people? And the only way I know how is through science and tech. And that is why, even this year, we just got approval for another fund for research work. So more research money is going to be coming into the University of Lagos. I look forward to the recommendations that will be generated from discussions at this forum. Our government remains open to collaborations that are geared towards improving the state and securing a bright future, especially for our young people. I want to thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, sir, Mr. Tubosun Alake. Another round of applause. It is not by accident, it was not because it's just available. That's why they sent him here to represent the governor. Not because it's available. He is the special advisor to the governor on innovation and technology. That's why he's here. So don't get carried away by the modeling stuff and all of that. I want to recognize in our midst Dr. Abidemi Akindele, the Deputy Director of Research and Innovation. Where are you? Oh, thank you. A round of applause. We want to now want you to also relax. We want to invite the Unilag Choir to also entertain you for about 5-10 minutes. And also entertain our special guest of honor. Unilag Choir, please.
In the light of God, we are marching Marching, we are marching. Marching, we are marching in the lights of God. We are marching, marching, we are marching. Marching, we are marching in the lights of God. We are marching, marching, we are marching. Marching, we are marching in the lights of God. Jim, Jim, Jababa, Jim, Jim, Jababa, Jim, Jim, Jababa. come on, them yo. We bansa papa. Because Serena so want to say, oh yeah, hampa.
Yotombinu koshe, student yotombinu koshe. lecturer wa bínú yòdò ẹ wá wò jà ní fakọ́tì o student yóò tó ń bínú kọ́ṣẹ́ ẹ wá wò student yóò tó ń bínú kọ́ṣẹ́ lecturer wa bínú yòdò ẹ wá wò jà ní fakọ́tì o onídòdò onídòdò. Ẹ̀wọ̀n wò jà ní Láfíàjì, ẹ̀wọ̀n wò jà ní Fakọ́tì o, ẹ̀wọ̀n wò jà lọ́sibítù o, ẹ̀wọ̀n wò jà ní Láfíàjì, ẹ̀wọ̀n wò jà ní Fakọ́tì o, ẹ̀wọ̀n wò jà lọ́sibítù o. Onídòdò onídòdò onímọ̀ọ́mọ́.
Another round of applause for our digitalized international students of creative arts. I know most of you didn't want them to stop, but they have to stop. Starting with Dr. Adedeji wiggling her waist. You are supposed to be here, please, Dr. Adedeji. Please, please, please. Okay. Well, we want to go to the keynote. So we are going to listen to the keynote address. I invite the co-chair, Dr. Richard Aja, to introduce the lecturer for the keynote address. I hope I'm doing a good job pronouncing your name, Dr. Odrin Gromvik. Am I doing a good job?
Yes, you are.
Who is you are? No, I want to hear from her. Am I doing a good job pronouncing your name well?
Yes, you are.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Can you unmute yourself?
I'm not muted.
I just
I'm not muted.
Okay, we can hear you now, Dr. Odrun Gromvink. Is that the pronunciation of the name?
Good.
Oh, good.
It was fine.
100%?
It was fine.
Thank you.
Okay. The governor here represented permit me to stand on existing protocol as I introduce Dr. at the University of Bergen in connection with re-establishing the physical and digital Norwegian language collections and lexicography as an academic discipline after their removal from the University of Oslo in 2016. Academic Project Manager, African Languages Lexical Project, 1991 to 2006, and a NORAD-funded project for developing dictionaries and language tools for the African languages of Zimbabwe. Member of the Standardization Committee of the Norwegian Language Council, 2002 to 2003, and 2007 to 14, member of the Committee for NOSC, Aalborg 2018. She has written widely on Norwegian language development and standardization, lexicography, digitalization of language resources, and dictionaries in particular. Other commitment was, and as a parent of a boy suffering from MPS 2, head of the Norwegian Association for mucopolysaccharidosis disorder, 1990 to 2005. Permit me, as I present to you the keynote speaker, Dr. Odron Gromvik. Ma, you can go ahead and do your presentation.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ma. Go ahead.
Excellent, excellent. First of all, dear participants, thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you. I haven't been to Lagos or Nigeria, so I thought I'd better make a summary of what has already been said. Next, please. Someone needs to press the button to bring us to the next image. Right. As you will see and have been told, my professional education has come from Norway and England, and I have worked within language documentation, lexicography and language standardization throughout my career, and I still do, which makes around 50 years. My experience from working in Zimbabwe in a Zimbabwean Nordic team has confirmed me in my conviction that documentation of language and culture is primarily a task for mother tongue speakers, but you need both the local and the international perspective. Next, please. Well, right, there we are. You have already had a summary of the projects I've been part of. And I think the important thing about them is that they have all been large projects, institutionalized, and we've been working in large teams and depended on work by pioneering linguists and IT specialists who worked before my time. So the individual separate effort has not really been part of my repertoire. The dictionaries that I've worked on, well, first of all, you'll see Norsk Ordbok, which I worked there for the last 30 years, but the project started in 1929. The Alex project was a very long-term project by normal university project standards. It lasted for 15 years and was followed by another 5-year project. So in fact, we had 20 years. And I think that is the time you need if your aim is to produce a group of professionals in the country you're working with who really feel secure about what they're doing, and also to provide some research products that appeal to the public at large and are well enough known to make provide the sort of recognition of the efforts of lexicographers, humanists, and digital humaniora that we aim at. And the current projects I am part of now would not exist if it weren't for the fact that Parliament has recognized that maintaining the documentation of Norwegian is a political task, not only a scholarly task. So this is a sort of table of contents. Since I'm a lexicographer, I want to start with some definitions. Then I'm going to spend some time on building collections for the humaniora and some large historic dictionaries. Again, some time on monolingual lexicography for Africa. And finally, a bit about the ivory tower and summing up. Yeah, next, please. So what do we mean by my title, Knowledge Production for the Humanities? We need definitions for knowledge, production, and humanities. And those definitions must be fairly general, and they must be generally accepted within and outside universities, and preferably well known. Otherwise, documenting humanity disciplines becomes impossible. And the reason for that is, of course, that it depends on language. So unless we agree what we're talking about, the research we do becomes meaningless. Next, please. Yeah, I'm sure you know, all of you in the room probably know Lewis Carroll's book, the Through the Looking Glass. It was published in 1871, I think, and it is it has characters that are taken out of English children's rhymes, and Humpty Dumpty is one of them. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, and all the king's horses and all the king's men could not put Humpty Dumpty together again. But here he is as a character, and with a very autocratic approach to meaning. He says, when I use a word, Humpty Dumpty said in a rather scornful tone, it means just what I choose it to mean, neither more nor less. The question is, says Alice, whether you can make words mean so many different things. The question is, said Humpty Dumpty, which is to be master, that's all. And of course, Lewis Carroll has a point in this anecdote. He points out that it is possible for a person in power to take a word and give it a new meaning, which is not familiar to people. But on the other hand, if you want rational discourse about research, you cannot have the approach that one person decides the content, the meaning of central terms. So we move on to knowledge. Knowledge within scholarly humaniora must build on a factual basis. Facts must be documented in such a way that we can be reasonably certain of their existence, their location, their timing, their nature. And if these conditions are lacking, our facts cannot be contextualized. They cannot be evaluated by others, and they cannot be used as data in scholarly work. And this is why registered humaniora facts require metadata. You need to add what, who, when, where, what sort, and I could say you also need to add safe storage so that anyone can go back and look at it whenever the need arises. So that even if the topic of what you are dealing with is very personal and very emotional, it needs to be recorded in such a way that you can look back at it. So production, knowledge production. Well, if we look at the Oxford English Dictionary, which is now accessible to anyone thanks to ICT, their chief definition is that a production is the action or an act of producing or making or causing something, generation or creation of something, and the fact or condition being produced. And it is also the product, a thing produced as the result of an action, a product of human activity. Specifically a literary or artistic work. This is quite old, of course, because these days the product could quite easily be an ICT production. But anyway, production means that you make something, and the something itself has to be published by some means or other, and it has to be tangible. The image that I show you is a result of such a double process. It was the doctoral dissertation of Samuel Hadebe, who was the first editor of a monolingual Ndebele dictionary. And he also did this doctoral dissertation on the standardization of the language through the work on the dictionary. You have a double product here, both the dissertation and the presentation of findings through the production of the dictionary. Now, humanities, also called humaniora, are those branches of knowledge that concern themselves with human beings and their culture, or with analytic and critical methods of inquiry derived from an appreciation of human values and the unique ability of the human spirit to express itself. And there are many forms in which the human spirit can express itself. We've heard beautiful and impressive singing just before now, and there are plenty of others. But the most efficient, cheapest, and easiest recordable form is language. So, as the humanities include the study of all languages and literatures, the arts, history, and philosophy, none of the other items after languages can be studied unless they are documented through language. But anyway, the humanities, so humaniora, concern themselves with man-made facts and contexts that need to be indexed through the language of origin. It doesn't give meaning for me to just mention one word in a foreign language and not knowing the context or what it means or how it is used within its language community. And so in order to be verifiable, the facts, our base data, need to be part of well-ordered collections, libraries, museums, archives, and digital data collections, and they need to be accessible to whoever needs them. And this again points to institutional involvement. Now we move on to building collections for humaniora. There we are. Now, why build collections? Well, the first purpose is simply to create an inventory of what is there. And if you do that, you change the factual basis for the topic itself. And of course, it can also be to carry out a planned project. For instance, you may have no greater aim than you have an article to write and you need some data for it. But once a data collection exists and the metadata are reliable and the whole thing is stored in a safe environment, then the data can be reused endlessly. A current problem is that a lot of research that goes on across the world is unrepeatable because the data hasn't been kept. And so you have to rely on the original authors. And of course, after 10, 20 years, they may have forgotten a lot of what they did. And you are stuck with an article which was valued, or a research result which was considered reliable at the time when it came, but you can't control it. All the Alex PhD scholarships, they drew their materials from the Alex collections, the corpora and the dictionaries. Back, please. And that is that made it very easy for their supervisors and the committee that evaluated their work to go to see what they had been doing. The image that I've shown you in the corner there is our last doctoral candidate, Nomalanga Mpofu, who is ready to defend her thesis on the Shona adjective. And a committee member behind her, Dr. Ed Gambari, was the first PhD scholar of the Alex project. So within the Alex project, he moved from being a student himself to being holding a chair and being a committee member on a younger colleague. And when this happened, we felt that we had come to the point where a professional environment for lexicography and collections had been established at the University of Zimbabwe, and that they were getting to be independent. Of course, things have happened since then, but we have seen the seeds of having a really long-term project which took care of the whole process of bringing scholars forward from being students to holding responsible positions. And that was an important aim. Next, please. Yeah, most scholarly collections, a lot of scholarly collections are very old. Some of them may go back to the Middle Ages, be more than 1,000 years old. They consist of archives, libraries, museums, and today, in the course of the last 50 years, also computer centers. And a lot of old materials have been digitized. And in addition, we have new types of collections like text and sound corpora, image collections, etc. And all of these require machine parks, software, maintenance, and management, and ultimately institutionalization. An update of a software package may cause a lot of change to a digital collection, and so you need people who know the collections on all sides, just on the digital side as well as the paper side. And most important, you need to keep the paper, because if disaster happens and the electronics crashes, then you can redo it if you still have the paper or the artifacts. Next, please. Yeah. It's important when you're collecting scientific data to collect within a framework. In many ways, collecting for the humaniora can resemble treasure hunting. Anyone can have a go. Equipment can be got via the web, whether you want to tape conversations and analyze what you get, or whether you want to look for objects. Scholars can provide the rules for responsible collecting, advice on what you should do and what you can do, what is legal and what is not. And I think it's a responsibility of humaniora researchers to work with the public to ensure that data are collected responsibly, properly taken care of, and documented according to best practice within the field. So responsible data collection needs to be part of research training and also of institutional practice. The images I've shown you, one of them is of a metal searcher, which you can buy on the web quite reasonably. And the other is a little piece of gold jewelry that was found in a Norwegian field some months ago, and which dates back to Roman times. It was found on the first time out for the collector. So fortunately, he belonged to a club which took the task of metal collecting seriously. So he got in touch with the right people and handed in his finding. I would imagine this is a worldwide problem, that people look for treasure, and when they find it, they don't know how to handle it. Now, ICT and collections for the humaniora. There are two main groups. There are the physical collections, which have digitized management and access. This includes digital tools for older physical collections, and of course, retro digitalization of older research projects, for instance, dictionaries or archive catalogs or images. And then you have new collections where the items exist only in digital form. And then, of course, you also have the mixed collections, where you have, for instance, sound files, paper transcripts, corpus text, and corpus software, and where perhaps the paper collection stopped at one point, but has been filled up or added to only digitally. But all of them require constant access 24/7 for researchers and the public. And that fact that they require constant access takes them a long step towards institutionalization. It is no longer the case that you can publish a dictionary and then it's printed and in the shops and you can forget about it and do something else for the next 10 years until it requires updating. Now, the oral collections of the Alex project go back to 93, 94. We were going to make the first monolingual dictionary of Shona, the majority language of Zimbabwe. And we had a couple of older bilingual dictionaries and some books, but we didn't really have evidence of how Shona was spoken. So in the long vacation of 93, 94, students at the University of Zimbabwe collected oral materials for the Shona corpus. They worked in pairs, went to their home areas under supervision from trained researchers from the department. And the collection plan divided the country into areas. The students were trained in advance, both in interview techniques and in using the technical equipment. And they were equipped with topic lists so that we got some variety in the materials. We didn't want, for instance, 100 interviews dealing with wedding customs or something like that. The students also carried letters explaining the purpose of the collection, and they had the necessary local permits, so local authorities knew that they were there and what they were doing and who they should contact at the University of Zimbabwe in case something happened. And the total amounted to about 7 million words, 2.5 in the conjoined Shona standard orthography. But if you analyze it as lexemes, it was about 7 million, which is a pretty big collection for oral, a pretty big oral collection. The surprise to the project was that the students were very well received everywhere they came, and they were surprised themselves. The reaction was in general that at last the university is doing something for us. And only then did the project leadership realize that the dictionary we were planning would fill a gap which people really had been waiting for. As part of the project, we also found it necessary to do a bit of retro digitization. A lot of the work on Shona depends on a report from 1931 by Clement Doak, a South African linguist. And this book had not been printed after 1931, and the University of Zimbabwe had 2 copies, both of them defective. Pages torn, in a miserable state. So we took those 2 copies to Norway and cut them up and sorted through them and found the best pages for the whole thing and made a facsimile. If you look at it, you will see in the little red ringed frame on top that there are letter signs which are not part of the ordinary alphabet, and that made it necessary to make facsimiles because we couldn't print it unless its characters were in Unicode, and they weren't. But anyway, we printed 300 copies, spread them out over educational institutions in Zimbabwe, and it's on the web, so everyone can get at it. And of course, being an old work from 1931, it needed an updated introduction, and the picture you see here is Dr. Chimundu, who wrote the introduction, and the Professor Chimundu, I should say. He's held a lot of important positions in Zimbabwe since then. And we also included a summary in Shona. The point about putting in the Shona summary was to demonstrate that it's perfectly possible to use an African language on a serious academic topic. So this was a general policy. Every book we published in English had a summary in Shona or in Ndebele or whichever language was being dealt with. Now I'm going to move back to Norway. In 1991, we had a project starting in Norway, which was initiated by Christian Emil Ore and the University of Oslo. Øyvind worked with him for many years. And this project was a sort of Columbi egg, because all the universities had collections that were inaccessible to most people. And a lot of people in Norway were out of work because the analog way of working on telephone systems and so on was out of date. So they needed retraining on digitizing, and the DocPro project combined those. They spent half their time learning how to use digital tools, and the other half actually encoding parts of the university collections and organizing them. And the whole thing was state funded. Several ministries added to the funds, so that it was a real cooperation between the government, the people who were under training, and university people who developed tools and taught the participants. One of the items that got digitized at the time was the slip archive of Norsk Ordbok, and the image there shows one of those slips, and it's got the metadata, which were encoded by the horde of people who worked for the documentation project, with the word itself and part of speech. It's got place, it's got the name and number of the informants, and it's got a date on the slip. He has typed in that the word in question was commonly used in 1956. We had 3.2 million of those slips, and nobody had seen them until we digitized them, except for the staff of the dictionary, which was all of 8 people. So how did those collections come about? This was long before there was any question of digitization. In 1930, an appeal went out to the Norwegian public to contribute information about words from their own dialects, or help by transcribing quotes from literature onto paper slips. About 1,000 people registered, and about 750 became active. And by 1940, the first million paper slips was in place, and it immediately got used to document school spellers and things like that. But the most important function, of course, was to lay the basis of a big dictionary for the Norwegian spoken and written language. I have underlined the name of one woman there. She died before the first volume was out, but in her active time, which was 1930 to 1944, she wrote and sent in 50,000 slips, which makes an average of 10 a day for 14 years. And a lot of those were literary slips, but she would always add a comment on how this word was pronounced in her dialect, or whether another word was used in her dialect, and so on. So she was a school teacher, but she must have spent a very large portion of her free time contributing to the word collections and documenting her own dialect. Next, please. So how can digitization change a collection? Well, a scientific data collection, no matter what it consists of, what the objects are, has to be consistently categorized, and it has to have good metadata. And hopefully, the ordering of the collection embodies the best practice within your field. A physical collection, which is scholarly, will have registers, and the objects will be carefully guarded and cared for. And the result, of course, is that nobody sees them except a few select researchers, because you will be terrified that some careless person will pick something up and drop it, or tear a paper, or put it back in the wrong place, and you'll never find it again. So what a digitized collection can offer is general access for everybody and at great speed. The digitization process will reveal omissions, inconsistencies, and mistakes in the classification model itself and in the registers documenting the collection, and generally cause improvement both to the metadata and to making the collection more searchable, and in fact to the care of the objects themselves. So that is quite important. One of the great benefits of digitizing a collection is, in fact, that once the public gets interested, you have to keep abreast with them, and you have to answer all the questions that they ask, which may, for instance, be, why have you got so many objects from one bit of the country and not from another? And the answer may simply be, because nobody has come to your part of the country to look for them. And that in itself can motivate a second search. Next, please. Now, here is an example of a very nice cooperation, I think. It is called the Digital Museum, and it's a cooperative effort between Norway and Sweden, run by a foundation which is state-owned. The example I've chosen is a sort of drinking vessel, which is called Ølhøne or Bearhen. And they can come in all sorts of sizes. They were made on the whole between 1600 and 1800, and very few museums have more than one or two. Now, through the Digital Museum, you can look at 176 different ones, and they can be sorted and categorized, and according to age or district or even maker, if the maker is known. And above all, they are fascinating to look at, and you can see the craftsmanship going into each item. And I think this probably would be a good sort of access point for African collections too, because of course your traditional objects don't necessarily follow the modern borders. Next, please. Yeah, So the lessons learned from this is that institutions need to have an explicit policy on how to support researchers who collect data, which includes data storage and access when projects end. And this also goes for those who make purely digital collections. So ICT is international, so humanists from different subject fields in Africa will be able to see what works in other parts of the world and vice versa. Most subject fields now have some experience in digitizing data collections. And we know that general solutions can meet needs with different subject fields, and that is better in the long term than tailor-made programming for very specific collections. So some very big projects and collections may require their own specific systems, but they also need to stay in touch with general developments in order to be useful for everybody in the world. Now I'm going to take you through some large historic dictionaries very briefly because they're not African, but they illustrate some points. Next, please. Europe has a number of scholarly historic dictionaries. What they have in common is that they were started in the 18th and early 19th century, and some as late in the beginning of the 20th century. And they attempt to describe the historic development of the entire vocabulary from the earliest possible starting point for each language, which means the earliest literary remains. And they were all inspired by the discovery of the relationship between languages. So it's the comparative linguistics that inspired these dictionaries. All of them have another point in common, and that is that they used volunteers to collect materials because they had to have materials. Since they were all mother tongue projects and mother tongue did not become a university topic until about 1900, they all arose outside the university framework. Only the fairly late ones have been wholly academic. And it has to be said that there was no realism whatsoever in their original project plans. None of them had the faintest notion of how much work there was going to be in producing that sort of dictionary. But they carried on. They have large, even huge collections. Some are digitized, some are not. They have gradually changed from being projects with a deadline and end to institutions. And they have gone digital in different ways and degrees. And thanks to digitization, they now reach huge general audiences through good digitization and good websites. And they are now considered essential cultural infrastructure in their communities with heavy symbolic value, and admired by those who haven't got them and would like something of the kind. I don't think anything so large is going to get started on its own these days, but they are useful to look at as a long-term framework for the larger aims of language collections. Next, please. So these are multi-generation projects with a new life. I have listed them on top here. The oldest one is Deutsches Wörterbuch, which had its first volume out in 1854 after about 20 years of preparation. The actual publication period, rather than the project period, is from 20 to 134 years. One of the biggest ones isn't finished yet. That's the Swedish one. It's due to finish in 2023. The size of them runs from around 100,000 to 600,000 entries. And each dictionary documents the concept register of its own language in the time that it was published. All are now digitized and freely searchable on the web, perhaps with the exception of the OED, the Oxford English Dictionary. There, I think you have to pay. Some have been revised or are under revision. others are fixed in their time span, which means that nothing is happening, they're not adding to it. Here is the German one. The beginning, this is from the first volume, the website, which is run by the University of Trier. And you see the entry for eagle, with the old word, not adler, but ar, which is very close to an old Nordic form as well. Ari or are means eagle. As I said, it's freely accessible, and you can see the list of headwords on one side, and you can see the entries, and there are systems for how you can copy and cite and so on. So the one I have worked on, Norsk Ordbok, was started in 1929, which is very late. It was started through an initiative at the University of Oslo, but in fact it didn't become a university project until much later than that. It was finished in 12 volumes, so it's not one of the biggest ones, in 2016. It's got a revision project for the first part, which is being run from the University of Bergen. It has 12 volumes, 330,000 entries, and a total text of about 10 million words. The website is run from the University of Bergen, and since the whole thing has been paid for by the taxpayer, it's freely available on the web. In addition to, we have also published the language collections behind it, so that you can look at what the basis is for each entry if you wish to, or you can look at the language collections for other purposes. I had quite a lot to do with the management of Norsk Ordbok as one of the chief editors for the last project period. And I worked out how much work went into each volume. And until we digitized, it was 43 man-years per volume of trained researcher work. From the moment when we digitized, it's about 35 man-years per volume. And that means you need about 35 man-years to produce 30,000 scholarly entries. The cost from, I don't know the cost before 2002, but in that last period, it was about 400 million Norwegian kroner. And here you see the dictionary itself, because it looks extremely handsome with the red and the gold and the 12 volumes standing next to each other. It was printed in 1,500 copies, and those copies sit in some private homes and some libraries. And unless you know about or have access to those libraries, you don't get to see it. But on the web, you can look it up with a smartphone, and that goes for the other ones. It really has become accessible, and we see it in the response from the public, who now want to know all sorts of things, that some of the things we have answers for and some things that we have never thought about. But what I'm showing you is the entry of the verb leke, which means to heal, to make well. And you see the definition on the top line, and then the quotes which illustrate usage. And now we move to the monolingual lexicography of Africa and the scholarly end. Now, what is the point of monolingual lexicography? People know their own language, so why worry? Well, a trusted and accepted monolingual dictionary makes the vocabulary and the word creation system available to everyone. Nobody knows everything about their own language. There are always dialects and variants. So creating a common basis through a monolingual dictionary is incredibly important. In the process of making such a dictionary, you will find that it helps standardizing orthography. And also you have to provide mother tongue terminology for describing the language. You have to have mother tongue words for things like nouns and verbs and part of speech and phonology and syntax. And once the dictionary exists, it becomes vital in teaching, in examinations, in administration and research. Now, a monolingual dictionary can be inclusive in the sense that it says if the word exists in the language, then it is entitled to be considered for the dictionary. Or it can be restrictive in promoting one variant. The scholarly dictionaries I showed you cover the whole range there. But I suppose I would always advise being inclusive. I would never advise that a dictionary should be directed primarily at the documentation that you can obtain, for instance, in a middle-class environment in the capital. I think you need to include the whole country and show respect for all language groups, and also include the outside perspective on the orthography, and accept variants if it's necessary. What we have seen time and time again is that once the dictionary is completed and out there, it gives the community itself more self-confidence. It's as if the dictionary proves that the language exists. Now, this image is really a sort of boasting calendar of what we managed to achieve in those 15 years that we carry on the Alex project. But the most important thing here is that there were dictionaries, both general and special language. There were corpora, i.e. collections. There were morphological parsers, which provide you with tools for analysis. There was retro digitization of important older works. There was and there was a lot of new stuff. 6 PhD dissertations and accordingly 6 trained researchers, 12 completed MA degrees, and finally institutionalization. They did get an institute at the University of Zimbabwe, and the effects for teaching in and on Shona and Ndebele in particular were considerable, in that teachers now had a tool in the classroom which was completely different from anything they had them before. They could look up and they could show their students, this is how this word is spelt, this is how it is generally used, this is what people take it to mean. And that's a big difference from having nothing. So this image just shows you some of those dictionaries. Duramas Videshi Shona was the first monolingual dictionary of Shona, and the text on the middle is taken from it, and the word muti means it means both tree or plant and medication taken from tree or plant. And then, of course, we have the special language dictionaries, which I've shown 4 of them there. 2 for music, 1 for literature and language, and 1 for the health services. And I have to say that all of these dictionaries were made, I mean, I was an advisor, but the makers of the dictionaries were mother tongue linguists in Zimbabwe. Next, please. The terminological dictionaries, this may sound very technical, but in fact it is, it's a different type of product from a general dictionary, because in a terminological dictionary, you are addressing a team of professional specialists, and they they want to be agreed. They want to be certain that the definition covers exactly what they are talking about. So you have a much higher degree of specificity in a terminological dictionary than in a general one. What we did was to make sure that the schema for writing the entry covered the needs and covered what you could call best practice these days. And the important thing about it was that with the right categories of context information was included, which was, for instance, not just the instrument, but also when it was used, how it was used, and what purpose it was used for. So that all the entries had this information. Another very important point to the Zimbabwean editors was that all illustrations should be drawn by Zimbabwean artists. You need illustrations in a terminological dictionary, but when we did it like this, that they had local specialists to do the drawings for them, you see that they have 9 types of mbira, not just one typological one, but 9 different ones. And you have the hand, because you can't play an instrument without your hand, with the words for the fingers and the part of the hand that you use in different music exercises. So they have this little database of images, and of course it can be reused in other contexts. Next, please. The Crowell project was more, even Eide knows much more than I do about the Crowell project, but the aim was to promote documentation, harmonization and standardization for the cross-border languages of Zimbabwe and Mozambique. The languages were Shona, Changana and Sena. And the most important products were a dictionary of Shangana and a new descriptive grammar of Shona, and was written for the interested layman, not just for scholars. And also that the project established a network of scholars who worked on these issues. Of course, this was a far more complex project than the Alex project, because the Alex project was entirely within Zimbabwe. When you cross the border between 2 countries, you get 2 sets of authorities who have to agree and be informed and kept placated and so on. And it is more demanding. But the Crowell project was very successful. Sadly, it only had 1 term. Next, please. Yeah, African lexicography in general. Well, there's a lot more recognition of the languages who are both inside and outside Africa now than there was 30 years ago. And a lot of dictionaries and grammars have been produced for different languages. A number of language communities have developed and are developing the language tools they need, and software for this kind of work exists. And dissemination can be both on paper and digital. There are some bilingual dictionaries for African languages, Zulu and Swahili, which are available as apps. But what worries me about a lot of this work is how solid is the base. Are there scholarly language collections to back them up? There are collections, I know that, but are they in some professor's office or in some department archive, or have they been recognized and properly categorized and digitized? Probably not. And furthermore, what happens to the materials once the product is published? There is a real danger, it's happened in my country, that people think that once the collection has been digitized, you don't need the paper stuff and you can throw it away, which of course is disaster. And all you need is a computer crash, and the whole thing is lost forever. So I want to say a little about planning a scholarly dictionary as a project and as a product. And you need to ask yourself a host of questions. Fortunately, there are excellent handbooks on how to go through this process, but so this is a very simplified versions. But which language or language variety do you want to document? And who is going to use your dictionary? How big is it to be? How many entries? How much text? Where are the materials, the dictionary data coming from? How digital is the production going to be on a scale from electronic manuscript as free text to a digital platform with a production line from digitized material to database dictionary? I think the last version is unlikely to happen outside a few very large publishing houses, but never say never. And how long time have you got from start of data collection to the finished product? The main thing really is that once you've got started, you have to have a project plan which is so realistic that you manage to complete the dictionary and publish. This was a challenge with the first Alex dictionary. We had 5 years. We knew that if the dictionary wasn't out within the completion of the project period, there would never be any more money for lexicography in Africa coming from the Nordic countries. And we did it. My part in this was very small, and the honor goes to my colleagues in Zimbabwe. Next, please. Now, language is the most important infrastructure any community has. No society can function without common language or common languages. We have to remember that all societies functioned without electricity until 1900 and without roads until much later than that. A major mother tongue dictionary is a concept register for the entire language community. And that is what makes it important. It's like a series of equations saying, we agree that this word means such and such and is to be used in such and such a fashion. And it's almost like a law book for thinking. So language communities with standard languages, which is based on their own mother tongues, tend to be better educated. Can I have it back, please? And more control, better control of their environment than people who don't have standard languages, which are also the languages that that run society. Now, documenting languages is a lot cheaper than other infrastructure. Norsk ordbok, 400 million Norwegian kroner, costs the same as 4 kilometers of a cheap 2-lane road. Yet roads are regarded as the money just runs out. Whereas it can be very, very hard to get money for documenting a language. Then the biggest challenge is training and maintaining staff and taking care of the data collections and the products resulting from them. And this is what requires institutionalization. And this is a national responsibility because no over-national agency is ever going to take it on. Now we get to the ivory tower. I expect you know this image. It is often used for universities where you have the scholars collected on the top of the tower and looking at the herds outside. The right-hand picture shows the scholar standing on top saying, the data are mine, whereas his informant stands on the outside and the drawbridge is up, he can't get in. We don't want that situation. It's extremely destructive to the production of good knowledge production within the humanities. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Quite often, young scholars like yourselves are told that the standard scientific procedure is to form a theory, select, collect, organize your data, operationalize your theory into a scientific method, analyze your data, describe your findings, test and try to falsify your findings against your theory, confirm, dismiss, or modify your theory in the light of your findings, write it up, and hey presto, your doctorate is in place and you can move on. Next. Next, please. But in real life, it doesn't work like that. A lot of young scholars or would-be scholars find this standard procedure very confusing because what they start with is that is the topic itself. They are deeply interested in a particular topic, or there's a project going on with space and topic for a trainee researcher. A knowledge gap has been identified by an institution which has a scholarship to offer, or simply you want to do a PhD and you look around for a manageable topic, and so on. So with luck, several of those aspects coincide and you get to produce a work that makes a positive difference for your informants, your institution and yourself, and that you enjoy doing. And the important thing, of course, is that your data should be kept and reused. I'm afraid that last bit is often forgotten. But I think it would be worthwhile for institutions to put more work into topics that they can offer fruitfully to would-be candidates. For instance, if they actually have university collections standing around, they might take a good look at them and say, now what would we like somebody to come and do with this lot? So this is to the University of Lagos, not to the candidates in the room. Next, please. I'm almost done. So if you sum up, then theory and method has to be drawn from the field which the researcher is qualified to deal with and the topic fits into. And that is not new. Theory and method within the humanities has many hundred years on its back. Innovation is fine, but it's got to respect the subject, take the traditions and its context into consideration. And if it decides to do something completely new and different, then the transition has to be argued. Now, in empirical research within humaniora, good data collections with solid metadata are essential because, as I said, if you lack that, nobody can prove or disprove your findings. So data collected for a given project should be collected with a view to maintenance, testing, and reuse. And as all data have to be contextualized, they need local anchorage, which means language indexing. What happened now? As well as international access. And data collections need institutional protection. One sensible way of keeping data collections is to share them with other institutions. That's a sensible precaution against decay and destruction. And I think that was my last word. Thank you for listening. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but at the moment I can hear nothing.
addressing the audience here that we just want only 3 questions because we are running behind schedule. And our guest of honor has to also leave. He has other engagements. So just 3 questions. 1, 2. Okay. Have it. Hello.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I have 2 questions in one here. Okay, I am John Adebayo from Chrisland University, Nigeria. So I have 2 questions here, 2 in 1 actually. I want to ask, how do we identify authority in building or creating knowledge in the area of language? How do we know who is more authoritative when such knowledge must have been compiled? That's my first question, because recently the largest library association in Africa went online to edit so many contents on Wikipedia that we found that we have a lot of problems in what we have out there. And people have consumed such for decision-making and research works. So that's why I asked the first question. Then the second one, you talk about access the other time, and the essence of knowledge production is to provide access. Now, I want to ask, what is Digital Humanities doing to explore possibilities in open access? That's my second question.
Do you want to, Doctor, do you want to take all?
I think I can say something. But the second question is more institutional, if you like. The first, how do you identify I think you have to find out how the estimated by the people who belong to the same community. If a person is held to be a good informant or whatever is respected, then you can rely on it. But the most important thing when you have a heterogeneous from the past is simply that you have to count. You may find that you have different versions from the same area, for instance, and all you can do is give reasons for your choice. You can't pretend that.
John, does that answer your? Okay. The second question.
Okay.
Please, let's be brief and to the point. Okay. We are running behind schedule.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your presentation. My name is Nicolas Guinaud. I'm from Mali, from University of Bamako. Okay. My question is simple. Okay. I want to know if you can get me a software which can help me to build up a dictionary in my mother tongue. Because my mother tongue is Dogon, and Dogon is an isolated language.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to say that I could fund a project in documenting Dogon. I can't do that. But I can certainly advise you on how to organize your entry and sort of what it takes, how you should index your dictionary, that sort of thing. I think probably you will find that there are people who have worked on your language, and the first thing I would do is to try to get together as complete a library as I can on your language, and then start sorting through it. And And of course, if you are the first one looking at your language with a mother tongue view, then tapes and transcriptions should be in your bag always. Or let us say you can use your mobile to tape conversations and make sure that people agree that you tape them.
Please.
I hope. The last question.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very inspiring and instructive presentation. My name is Bumi Okonoda from the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, Kuru, Jos, Plateau State, Nigeria. In a country that is slowly but gradually embracing digitization, how can we get researchers and politicians to agree so that research becomes more meaningful and gets the visibility that it deserves? Because here we have the special advisor representing the Lagos state government, and I know Lagos is doing a lot in that area, but we have 36 states, and we have...
I'm so sorry, I didn't...
Sorry, ma'am? Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, I said in a country that is slowly but gradually embracing digitization, how can we get researchers and politicians to agree so that research becomes meaningful and gets the visibility that it deserves? And I said at this opening ceremony, we have the representative of the Lagos state government here, and that Lagos is doing a lot in that area, but we have 36 states in Nigeria. So, and we have governors there, and we also have the federal government. So how can we get them? How can we get them to get this buy-in into the research that is being done so that it becomes more meaningful and gets the visibility that it deserves? Thank you.
Well, there are many. I'm afraid my evidence would be anecdotal. All I can say is that you need the support of the media. You need to be able to show that something goes much better with the local language than without it. For instance, teaching numbers in a nursery school. Something which is clearly very relevant to families and which goes straight into the education system. And then when this is presented, you can argue that this shows how much better we can do it if we stick to the local languages. I know that there are scholars who have done this in Zimbabwe, especially with science teaching in secondary school, and that some of the terminological dictionaries that have come up there after the end of the Alex project have to do with the fact that first a professor of chemistry would persuade a chemistry teacher to teach in both Shona and English, and then he could prove that the exam results of the students who had both languages were better than the ones who had only English. And then you provide the terms and so on. And finally, after several years of struggle, you catch a public eye. There's no easy way. I can tell you that we have been through quite heavy political struggles in Norway to save the language collections from getting shoved away into permanent archives quite recently. And it was only when the Ministry of Education realized that they couldn't run examination in Norwegian without the support of the lexicographic community that the thing got sorted out. So there is no easy way, I'm sorry to say, but I think that the way you start is by proving something very concrete which ordinary people can appreciate.
Thank you once again, Dr. Oddrun Grunvik, University of Oslo, Norway. We appreciate
and
the
thank you for listening. I'm sorry I the time limit.
We appreciate that. And I'm representing the viewpoints of all those that have listened to you, is whether we can get your PowerPoint presentation so that we can go, okay, is with us. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your being with us. But we have not gotten, we need to listen to our guest of honor, give the closing remark before I thank every other person that has made this possible. Yeah, we want you to come forward to give. That is Mr. Tubosun Alake, clean shaven, looking very fine.
Why does he keep putting me on the spot? Thank you very much, Professor Gruvnik. I think it's been a very enlightening session. And one of the things I got was, the work they did in standardizing the language. It became a professional lexicon. So now you could teach kids in science in the local language. You could teach them different disciplines. I mean, what that will do to our education budget, in the country, the reduction, because now you have millions of kids. You have a standardized language. Now they don't have to learn a foreign language to be able to become professional in different fields of study. So what that would do, you are teaching kids in physics, in chemistry, in Yoruba, in Igbo, in Hausa, and that becomes, a game changer for our professional sectors. So I think, I'm going back with a lot of lessons. One of the arguments I have every day is that our education, I was just talking to my neighbor there, that our education budgets need to be tripled, quadrupled even. And as she said, the projects like that does not cost as much as a stretch of road, and so these are the kinds of, but we're going to need scholars like yourselves to be able to prove to the politicians. They have to get it in simple terms. I mean, they have to see the proof in the pudding. So there's a lot of work for yourselves and myself to do to really show the benefits of what this can do to our entire education sector. Thank you once again, Professor Gruvnik. I think that was very, very enlightening. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm happy to have come to know you, and I'm happy you've come to know me. Next time I'm in Alausa, I'm going to call you. Thank you. Another round of applause for our guest of honor. Thank you, sir. We really appreciate. We are going to stay here for the next session. There's no need for us going back. We are just going to have our next session here so that you guys can enjoy this ambience better. But before then, want to bring this event to a close before we switch on. And we need to thank some who have made this possible. We want to thank Professor Tunde Okpe Davis, who, as I said initially, is the centrifugal factor, is the one that has brought us together, is the reason for which all of us are here. So please, can you give him a round of applause? We also have the co-convener, my friend, Professor Ovind. I missed you. I'd look forward to the normal, the normal, even though it's not the normal. It's unfortunate that you couldn't make it. I thought that you were going to make it. But thank you all the same for making this possible and for your welcome address. A round of applause for Professor Ovind. Professor Ovind, can you hear me? Oh, thank you. But you know that you still have to pay a fine for not coming down. Thank you. We want to thank the Vice Chancellor because without his support, this would not have been possible. The ever visionary, dynamic Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe. Please give him a round of applause in absentia. We all know that he was ably represented by Professor Oluwole Babafemi Familoni, the DVC Academic and Research. Can you also give him a round of applause? Also with us when we began is the Dean Faculty of Arts, my own Dean, Professor Olufunke Adeboye. Soft-spoken but passionate and profound. Please, a round of applause for my You want me to be out of work tomorrow? This would not have been possible without the technical guys there. And we also have members of the local organizing committee. With me, I'm Dr. Solomon Azumrana. With me is Dr. Richard Aja, University of Uyo. Dr. Kufo Adedeji. Please, can you stand up for recognition? No, they can't see you. No. Stand up for recognition. They can't see you. We can ask her to remain standing for the next 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Dr. Ayodele James Akinola. Can you stand up for recognition? No. Not behind the camera. In front of the camera, please. That is the technical guy. He has done a lot. Please, a round of applause for him, please. We also have Felix Oke. He's sitting somewhere. He has been busy doing something. The result of his work in secret, we are seeing it in public. A round of applause. We also have Mrs. Modupe Agumbiade, Federal University of Technology, Akure. Stand up for recognition now. Then you have to give yourself a round of applause for being a wonderful audience. I'm giving you an additional license, apart from the one to fish. Go to the lagoon front, take selfies. Tell them you were in Germany and they will believe it. Also take selfies in this magnificent building. And also tell them you are coming from Germany. They will believe you. This is the Metropolitan University, a cosmopolitan university. You don't have anything like this where you are coming from. So take pictures, take selfies. You have been wonderful guests. Thank you for making this possible. Without you, this would not have been possible. Just imagine we came this morning and there was nobody in the hall. So another round of applause for yourself. We now move on to the next plenary session. Digitize cultural heritage and the digital humanities. Professor Melissa Terras of the University of Edinburgh. I'm always asking whether I'm doing a good job. Did I pronounce your name well? Is she online?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Did I pronounce your name well?
Yes, yes.
You are sure about that?
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, shall I try and share my screen?
Yeah, Melissa, please just hold on a little. I just want to say a few words about you to the audience here. Once again, I want to thank you. Actually, it was Melissa that introduced me to the global community of DH in 2016 or thereabouts. Yeah, I was planning to go for a conference in Canada, and then I read her work, one of her papers, and I got really interested. So I got in touch with her, And then she introduced me to the global community, and that's why we're able to do the little we are doing today. Thank you so much once again, Melissa, and we hope we can continue to enjoy your collaboration. I thank you so much. All right, over to you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. It's always
It's
a delight
a
to meet other people in the digital humanities community. And it was great that when Tundi got in touch with me, I could immediately point him to people like Oyvind and people, many of whom that you've met over the last few days. And we have such a hunger to meet other people and to hear what you're doing and to be able to help and assist and also to learn from your different approaches and communities too. It's a shame I can't be with you today. I would love to be here. I have lived in this cupboard for the past year. I've not been on campus at my university for a year, so this is where I live. I've got a window in the roof and 4 walls and a couple of bookcases. This is me. This is my life now. So it's great to be able to beam in today to talk to you, and I look forward to visiting at some point in the future. Okay, I'm going to try and share my slides. Let me see what I can do. Sorry, I've not used this before, so I am trying to find out how I share my slides. Give me 1 second. There we go. Okay, so you should be seeing my slides, I hope. Yeah, good. Okay, so I'm going to talk today about the relationship that digitization has with the digital humanities. Over the past 20 years, I've been working in digitization. If people ask me what I do, I would say it was the act of digitization and how to make things from the past that are in libraries and archives available to people online or in data form so they can process them. And I'm utterly obsessed with the technologies, but also the choices that are made about digitization. And so today I'm going to talk to you about the relationship that that has to the type of work that we want to do in digital humanities, which is to try and analyze that data and to try and get new insights into the past. And I'm aware I'm sharing my slides not in full broadcast mode. That's because my computer will crash if I do that. So we're going to muddle through and get through like this. So I'm going to talk today about that relationship between digital humanities and digitization. And mass digitization has been happening since the 1990s across the world. Started by, there was databases in the 1970s, there was a few major projects in the 1980s, but in the 1990s, 3 things happened to make digitization possible. The first one is the internet, so the World Wide Web, allowing people to share data efficiently. The second one was the cost of computers started to really fall. And the third one was the cost of cameras started to fall too. And that meant that it was suddenly possible to take images of things, upload them and share them, and actually store them and process them. And the history of digitization is really fascinating. People were digitizing stuff in the Victorian age, but they just couldn't store it. But we're now in that information age now where we can share things. And digital humanities itself uses the products of the process of digitization. So we take things that come off the digitization pipeline and we use them in teaching, we use them for research, and we use them for public engagement. But what I'm going to argue here today is that we must really start to engage more with the choices made about digitization and the processes about digitization to help create the digital resources we need to libraries and archives and museums. All of this is not up for grabs. We're continually reinventing the technologies, the procedures, And there's an opportunity, if you're interested in a topic and interested in the heritage around an area, to get right involved with the digitization process, and that will really affect the research that you can do on it later. So I'm going to look briefly today about the history of digitization in galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. That's what, when I say GLAM, that's what I mean. I'm going to look at how digital humanities uses these GLAM materials. I'm going to ask how we can get more involved with the digitization process. So I'm going to talk about how we can test new technologies, how we can help to select items for digitization in dialogue with libraries and archives. I'm going to talk about the legal frameworks, such as copyright, which really affect digitization. I'm going to talk about how we can use data science to look at collections at scale and actually use the data coming about collections as well as the digitizing themselves. And I'm going to talk about how we can use digitized items for public engagement, including social media and outreach, and also how we can use this in teaching and research. The whole point of this really is that digital humanities, we need to work with galleries, libraries, archives, and museums to build the data infrastructure that we need and to build the digital resources that we need. And the galleries, libraries, archives, museums are dependent on us helping them. And this should be a mutual relationship that we build with our local collections or with our international collections or with our collaborators to make sure that the digital environment we have reflects what we can do with it and what our research interests. And then if I have some time, I'm going to talk about what I'm doing just now in this space and some of the things we've got going on at Edinburgh. So the history of digitization began in the 1970s, where people started to put their collections into databases. And this was for collections management. It wasn't necessarily so that people could search things or other people could get access to the institution. It was primarily so people knew what they had. And previous to that, a lot of institutions didn't know what was in their collections. In the 1980s, there was some digitization carried out, but it was so costly and expensive to take pictures of items. It was only the really important treasures. This image here, this is an image from the British Library. It's the manuscript for a legend called Beowulf, which is very famous. This was the first digital image to be taken at the British Library, or the first digital image of a historical artifact in the early 1990s. It was so important that there's a paper written about that process. So you can read that paper there about what it meant to take and how costly it was and how difficult it was to take a picture of an old thing. And nowadays we all have cameras on our phones, and thinking about how impossible it was to take and share an image of something in the early 1990s really takes us back to how much we've transformed digital cultural heritage over the past 30 years. So these three things, the networked infrastructure, the lowering cost of computing, and the lowering cost of capture, meant that digitization really took off. Throughout the 1990s, we saw mass digitization happen. And nowadays, people expect everything to be digitized. Not everything is digitized. I'll come to that in a minute. But nowadays, users expect digitization. And we've really seen that across the UK over the past year. Most libraries and archives have been closed because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the stats that are coming out now, we could say that 86% of museums in the UK have seen an increased digital activity. So more and more people are trying to get access to things online. Digitization is still going on in some places. And so the act of digitizing and making this cultural copy is really important to people. It's really hard to know the state of digitization. I don't know any report that's been made about the state of digitization throughout Africa, and that's something that would be a real useful report for someone to spend the time to figure out what the current state of play is. There have been a couple of reports across the European Union. So the last one was published in 2017, and that said that 82% of GLAM institutions have some kind of digital collection, but only half of the digital collections, 58%, have been catalogued in the first place. So a lot of institutions. There isn't one library in the whole of Europe that has a completely catalogued collection. There are always boxes of things that aren't quite on the catalogue. On average, 22% of the collections have been digitally reproduced, so only a fifth of the collections have been copied through digitization, and only 40% of that are put online. So there's lots of stuff which is captured and not available for users. Not everything needs to be captured. So when you ask institutions how much of the collection still needs to go online, they say only about half of it needs to be reproduced or captured. A lot of it is either captured elsewhere, or really the benefits of having a copy are so small that actually not everything needs to be digitized. So there's real choices to be made then about what you digitize and what you don't. And only half of the collections actually look at how their digital collections are being used and do any type of user studies. So user studies are important. We need to do user studies to figure out what users want, to figure out what to digitize, to figure out how best to actually support them and deliver them. So if only half of the collections are looking at how things are used, that's a real problem. So where are we now? With digitization in galleries, libraries and archives and museums throughout the world, only a fraction of the world's collections are digitized. There's only about 20% of collections are digitized. In the 2000s, there was money available across the European Union for digitization. I know that that's very different throughout other places in the world. But what we're seeing in my context, in our context here, is that institutions are now expected to pay for digitization themselves. But digitization isn't cheap. The capture itself is costly, partly because it involves still with humans, and you have to pay humans decent wages. It's a skilled activity. They need to be trained up. So it is resource intensive and it is time consuming. Many of the cultural heritage items are fragile. There's conservation elements. And so you can't do mass digitization very easily on some things. You will all have seen the pictures coming out of Google Books and the Google Book scanning, and sometimes you can see the operative's hands in there. There's only certain types of collections you can put through that type of digitization, and that's still humans involved in that process. But as well as the capture process, you also need to catalogue and describe the items before they go into collections databases, and that is much more time consuming than the capture itself. The capture is the simple bit. And then once you've catalogued it, once you've described it, you need to store it and digitally preserve it. And there's been some studies done which show that for 10 or 15 years of storage of a digitized collection, you'd be better off just deleting the collection and then starting again. Like, the costs of keeping something alive for 10 or 15 years are massive. So it can be very difficult to actually find the resources to keep these digital collections alive. So we have to ask ourselves, how best can we deliver materials to users given these constraints? And the good news is there has been a lot of working out of this over the past few years. Best practice guidelines are used by galleries, libraries, archives and museums. And if you're looking to understand what the most libraries and archives do, like if you're choosing what resolution to capture, if you're choosing whether you should capture things in color or whether you should capture things in black and white, and the cost savings that has for the size of files and how many files you have, all of that's been worked out by the Federal Agency's Digital Guidelines Initiative. Now, these may change in different contexts, but you certainly have best practice guidelines that you can read and understand how to take best quality capture and how to catalogue it well, and how to make sure that the things you're copying are actually properly captured and properly described. So they're very, very useful guidelines. They've been going since 2007, and most libraries and archives use these to have a look at them. So do have a read of these. So where are we now? We are really benefiting from a landscape of digitization. There's a huge amount of investment that's gone into digitization across the world. No one's tried to count that. No one's tried to figure it out, but it is in the billions of pounds now that have gone into the digitization of cultural heritage. There are now millions of individual items online, both on the wild web, like away from cultural heritage institutions on things like Flickr, and on institutional context themselves on their own websites. There's a variety of media. There are images, there are also films, there's also sound, there are whole books, there are text available as well, full processable text, as well as the digital images of things, and transcripts now of both manuscript items and also speech from radio or television has been automatically transcribed, and that's speeding up because we have artificial intelligence in there too, helping to speed up that process. There are lots of different licenses that say what you can do with this content. So usually when people publish stuff online, they say how you can use it. So there's a variety of reuse conditions, and we have to really become legal experts to understand how we can take this stuff and what we can do with it. And there's lots of aggregators. So there's lots of places you can go to start. If you're looking for things, we have the Europeana website, Google Arts and Culture, the Hattie Trust, Internet Archive. I love the Internet Archive, by the way. I use it like day in, day out. Google Books, Project Gutenberg, and Flickr Commons. And there's a movement which is recent called Collections as Data, which is delivering all the data which is involved in these collections at once as a whole data download. I'm going to point here to the National Library of Scotland's Collections as Data Foundry, and that has things like the complete run of the Encyclopedia Britannica, and you can download all the images, all the text which has been generated by OCR. And this type of thing is really useful for those of us in digital humanities, because what we want from digital humanities, we don't want to see each item one by one. We want to get hold of the data at scale. We need machine processable data to do the types of analysis and visualization that we want to do. And we mostly get this from galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. You can digitize stuff yourself, and it can be cheaper and easier now to do that. If you have a small collection that you want to digitize, you know, you can do it on a smartphone, and you can use things like Transcribus or various other tools to actually create the data set. It takes a little bit of while, clean it up, but most of the time, we're using these collections from galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. And we will then reuse that available content in a variety of ways. We'll do text and data mining such as this. I'll come onto that in a minute as to what that represents, or building digital editions online where we can share the heritage materials and descriptions of them online. We can look at how resources are used, and we can also build platforms to host digital images and transcripts. As a result, then, what we choose to digitize can direct what projects we can do in the digital humanities. So if the things haven't been digitized in the first place, we can't do the project. So digitization can be a real bottleneck for digital humanities activity. It can stop a lot of things happening if things haven't been digitized, because it's costly, because it's time consuming. So people have to plan around that and be able to engage with galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, choosing what to digitize and making sure that it's delivered in a way that you can take and make it. I'm going to talk a little bit about a project that I was involved with, not at Edinburgh, but in my previous place of work at University College London. And one of the most famous people we have there is, or one of the famous founding fathers was a man called Jeremy Bentham. And he set up a lot of the principles of law and philosophy about the kind of late Georgian UK. A very interesting man. He invented a lot of words like the word international. And we have his manuscripts at UCL, but they'd never been digitized before. And we set up a program of work to digitize them, and then a program of work to build upon them. And the most important thing I can really say today in this talk, if you want to take one thing away, it is to look at your local collections, or look at the things that only you have, and see how you can choose to digitize something that will allow you to plan ahead and allow you to build other things on top of it. So for us at UCL, one of the real treasures were the Jeremy Bentham manuscripts. Once we had them digitized and all available in different digital images, we could do other things with them. So we then built using, if this looks familiar to you, it was based on Wikipedia wiki install, and we built a transcription engine where volunteers could help us transcribe the manuscripts so that we could actually then do further analysis. We're now halfway through. It's been running for 10 years now, and we're now halfway through. We've done 40,000 pages of high quality transcription with volunteer labor. It's been a real success, a real public engagement activity. But that means we have lots of data from that too, which we can now use to do analysis on. And this is an analysis of some of the data from those manuscripts, talking about the themes. It's a topic model. So we're talking about the themes which he is describing in his letters. And this can be used as a different way to navigate through the mass landscape of the millions of words that he wrote. So we can see how if you digitize something, you can build things upon it, and then you can get the data and you can actually do further analysis. But that's dependent on being able to digitize the things in the first place. Another example here is something I'm working on just now with the National Library of Scotland. This is a digital edition which is made of some diaries from Scotland from a child who was alive in the early 18th century. She's very famous. She wrote some diaries. She sadly was taken ill with measles and she died very young, but she left behind these diaries of what it was like to be a child in Scotland at that time. So very rare to have any record of a woman or be a child at that age. And she became posthumously, so after she died, she became famous for these really funny, witty, insightful diaries that this kind of cheeky child had written. So lately we've digitized them at the National Library, digitized them, and then we've been working with them on this digital edition to put the manuscripts online so that people can see them. And the tags here are entities that we've tagged up, so you can navigate if you're looking for things like Mary Queen of Scots or France and things like that. So that's another thing where digitization is used. It can be used by people to build these digital editions and to make sure that people can improve access to the past. So this is why we should care about digitization then. Digitization can direct what projects we do in the digital humanities. It can completely control the questions that we ask. It can completely control the projects we build. And it can control the research which is possible or impossible. It's really important that we engage with digitization, because if we don't, then what the research that we're doing is determined by the choices that were made about digitization by someone else. So digitization is a bottleneck for digital humanities activity, and we should be engaging with it to make sure that the things which are digitized are what we need and what we want. So I'm going to talk now about really concrete things that you can do if you're interested in doing research into in digital humanities, and how you can think about doing research with and alongside galleries, libraries, archives and museums about the digitization process, about best practice, about how you select things, about the legal frameworks, about collections at scale and how you understand holdings, and also how you use them for engagement, teaching and research. And I'll go through these one by one. So the first thing is testing new technologies, and this is a lot of my research, a lot of my PhD students, this is where they sit. And it's that right on the cusp between computing science and image processing, a lot of this stuff, but it's a broad church. There's always new technologies coming along every 2 minutes. And dragging them into the cultural heritage space is really fascinating. These technologies tend to be developed not for cultural heritage, that's a small market. They're developed for people who are making home movies or agricultural technologies, and how we can actually bring them into the museum space and use them is really fascinating. So we need to apply them through trial and error, see how they work, make recommendations, say, hey, this is really useful for some things, not for others. So what we see here, this is a print from the Queen's private collection in her castle, at Windsor Castle, and it's a sketch from Leonardo da Vinci. And we managed to do some fancy imaging and actually pull that out. So it looks like a blank page in real life, but we use multispectral imaging and image processing, which could really get to the nub of this is what the image actually looks like before it had faded. So we were showing there technology which is routinely used across agriculture to see how crops are growing, but you could use the same image processing and cultural heritage and actually be able to see these things that the human eye can no longer see. So things like advanced capture processing, things like how artificial intelligence is interacting with cultural heritage, things like transcription, so Transcribus, another project I'm involved with, things like IIIF and interoperability, so that's how we can share images, things about how we track images across the internet using persistent identifiers, or how we can use this to engage with an audience, as well as many ethical issues about digitization. So these are all live areas, and any one of these you can take and actually do some really new and interesting research on right now from your contacts with your collections, because we really need people in digital humanities to engage with this, to explain it, to test stuff, and then to report back. So this is an area of real collaboration for digital humanities researchers and those in galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. And this really is all up for grabs, and it will continue to be so. So it's not research that's been done and finished, it's research that is ongoing, and the opportunities there to have a voice are huge. The next thing is about selecting items for digitization. People often use digitized content without thinking about how it was digitized, where it was digitized, or why it was digitized. And there are often huge political decisions go on about why something's digitized or not. And the choices that are made, or the funder who gave the money for this, all of that should be clear, and all of that should be made open. It should be transparent, because you have to understand how you got the digital data to be able to understand it's what we would say would be epistemological choices or consequences. So how the knowledge was created, you have to know the underpinning choices in the first place to see how the data was created. So digital humanities can research and investigate this, and it can also show how these different political decisions can affect research questions and output. So we have to keep an eye on this. This is becoming very political very quickly. I'm choosing a picture there from the Towards a National Collection initiative in the UK, which is a new thing. They are just determining right now. We handed in some grants last week, so we've all applied for money from this. So I have to be careful what I say. But it is a movement to build a new online digital national collection for Great Britain at a time where we've just come out of the European Union, and at a time where the government are saying very problematic things about colonial culture. So there are huge political reasons why they want to put things about UK culture online, and the choices that will go into what is this national collection and the politics of the UK that it will show are highly problematic. And we have to watch this very carefully. And who better to watch it than people in the digital humanities working closely with those in libraries, archives, and museums. So it's this kind of thing, looking at why decisions were made and how decisions are made, really important. And then I'm going on to the legal and policy frameworks that drive digitization. So a lot of choices about digitization are based on copyright. What are you allowed to digitize? And institutions can be very afraid of copyright, and they can be afraid of being taken to court. As a result, when you look at digitized collections around the world, most people have refused to digitize the 20th century materials. And so we have what is called the digital dark ages, or the black hole of 20th century history. It's a picture of the black hole, which you can use from the Smithsonian for free, from all the NASA images are up there without a license. But many things are not available from the 20th century because of this fear of copyright. There's other things as well. So privacy regulations, general data protection regulations and privacy regulations, intellectual property rights for writers, authors, illustrators, painters, and the business models which underpin digitization as well. So in the UK, we see a lot of material digitized by commercial providers, historical newspapers, things like that, because they know they can sell access to that to local historians and the communities who want to use those newspapers to do research into their families. So there are choices that are made around those. And the question is, can digital humanities help navigate this? Can you help say to people how best to digitize things or what the legal framework is? Now, in my latest book, which is about digital libraries, there is a chapter about one of the national archives in Africa and how they're navigating this. And so I know from that there's very different contexts locally. The laws are different from country to country. The choices that are made are country to country, and you have to really understand the frameworks and the context in which you are operating in to be able to advise libraries and archives in your context too. So again, this is a ripe area for research for people understanding how this intersects with digitization. And then we have this concept of analyzing collections at scale. So understanding if you've got 1 million things which are digitized and they all have data about them, can we not do some data science around that? Can we not see what we can visualize or see what we can see about the collections? And how can we turn the digitized items into data in the first place? So there's various things you can use. I've mentioned transcribers before, which is about turning images into handwriting, into machine processable text. There's also things like the geoparser, where you can put that digitized text through computers and it can identify places, and you can then map things very easily. So there are different tools, techniques, and approaches to looking at these collections at scale, not as in one-by-one items, but actually looking at the whole massive data that we have. But we're right at the start of knowing how to tackle all this. Again, this is all up for grabs. If you're learning about this all this week, you know, there's so much to be done in this space. And there's also a question of biases in collections. How do we identify biases and how do we tackle them? And how do we make better collections which are more diverse? We have a real problem in the UK with the Victorian age, and it's the white men that are telling us how to live our lives. There's very few women. There's very few anyone from a minority in the UK. You know, they weren't prioritising the media at the time, therefore they're not prioritising the digitised environment. So we have to be very careful about these biases and what we're saying about the culture of the time, because we're only really reflecting a small part of it when we actually do our analysis. And then we have to think about how people can interact with digitized content. And that I include social media in this because I think social media is very important to reach beyond that kind of active use where people come to a website and look up things themselves. We want to reach different audiences. We want to understand how best to reach out. We want to use social media. So here, this is an image from Twitter from a special collections at Edinburgh University, and they're saying this is the 40 years of the Lothian Health Service archive. So it's an archive about all the hospitals and the National Health Service throughout this area of Scotland. It's a massive archive. Has incredibly important collections which are relevant to science today as well as history. So they're involved with some of the big looking at things like cancer and looking at things like blood treatment and looking at historical records of people throughout their whole lives. So the digitization there is really important because it's not just about heritage, it's also about science. But how they choose to engage with people, Google Arts and Culture, through Twitter, through social media, through Facebook, there are voices and there are opportunities there for people to engage with things. Now, the digital humanities can study all of this. We can compare voices from cultural heritage institutions. We can understand how best to use different platforms which are available to be able to speak to people or to reach different voices or reach different people. And that will change again from context to context, and it will change from institution to institution. So there's a lot to be gained from working there about engagement and how we reach out to people. Now, to finish up, I'm going to go from teaching and research and how digitisation interacts with teaching and research in digital humanities. So I believe that we really need to make sure that people understand the digitisation process and that we have critical skills about the digitisation process so we can evaluate the data that we're given. So there's an opportunity to study the process, what it means technically to digitise something, how it's applied within galleries, libraries, archives and museums. One of my favourite classes that I teach is about how to cost digitisation processes, all the things you have to pay for if you want to take a picture of something, you wouldn't believe it. And also the theory of digitisation, how to do it well and what it actually means to digitise things. And this is important. It's important for a few reasons, one of which is the digitisation process is not just about the past, it's also used in banks, it's also used in hospitals and medical records, and it is also used throughout any of the kind of legal processes, house buying, land acquisition. Now everything's being digitized. It's the same process with the same kind of setup that they use. So the skills that we're teaching people in digital humanities, when we're doing that, they can go into jobs elsewhere. There's also a question about the quantitative skills, about things like interview, survey methods and user experience. And a lot of the graduates that we have taught in digital humanities have gone on to have really interesting careers in internet technologies, with internet providers, with major tech companies, because they have this different mix of skills. And then, of course, we have the teamwork with GLAM professionals, and this isn't just a one-way transfer of knowledge. They can learn from us and we can learn from them about knowledge, about infrastructure. So there's a lot we can be doing with digital humanities and research. There's huge opportunities to engage with digitization processes, to influence that product that comes out the digitization line and that we can then use for digital humanities. So we need interdisciplinary project teams. We need to work with librarians and archivists and technicians and digital imaging experts and computing scientists and archivists, did I say those already? And catalogers and students and researchers to build the collections that we need. And this working with each other, not independently, is really important. And when we do these reports, we need to publish them and present them in venues that will be seen by other professionals in the GLAM sector when they're making the choices in their organisations and institutions. And so that will help build a better digital scholarship landscape together, where we can take the products of digitisation and apply it. So that's really what I want to say about digitisation. It's not a separate activity. It drives a lot of digital humanities research, but it's not separate to the digital humanities because we're so dependent on it. But the research in the digital humanities and the teaching can inform best practices in GLAM institutions, and we can train individuals with digital skills to contribute both to the GLAM sector, but also the wider society. And we can also learn a huge amount from libraries, archives, museums, and the professionals there and their skill sets. And working together, we can build a better cultural heritage information environment that we can then use to go and do things. I'm just going to finish up by saying a couple of the things we're up to in this space at Edinburgh. I looked just online at the imaging units report. So last year at Edinburgh, they took 67,000 digital images of things for the collections. And they had a huge amount, we had some internships, and we launched the big digital walls. People can interact with things, and we digitized whole runs books. We digitized a whole run of notebooks from a Victorian scientist. So there's choices there that are being made. If that's the kind of output that we have to choose carefully, given that we have, 20 million items in the collection in the first place. So we have to choose what we're doing. Something I'm working on just now, one of the famous folks from where I was born, actually, in Kirkcaldy, which is quite near Edinburgh, is someone called Adam Smith, who invented economics. And we have his library, everything that the books that he owned at the University of Edinburgh. And we're figuring out just now if we need to digitize them or not, if the same editions have been digitized elsewhere, and if so, are there different things in the marginalia? But to do that first, we had to catalog it. So it's a whole process of you have to catalog, see what's there. You then have to figure out what needs to be digitized, and then we have to work out business plans and things. So we're just at the start of that journey to figure out how we can use the Adam Smith library. The library and collections are starting to put out the digitization process as data. So we have some accounts, Scottish statistical accounts, which is all about the land ownership and what is in the land in Scotland from the Victorian period. But they've been digitized and put online just recently over the past month or so. And also all the PhD theses from the University of Edinburgh are now available for download, and they go right back to 1583. So there are tens of thousands of them to see what doctoral level studies and how that's changed has happened. I'm working with the National Library of Scotland on some of their data. They're digitising things at scale, and we're then taking it and we're putting it on the big computers at the Parallel Computing Centre at Edinburgh so that we can do large-scale text mining of things like the Encyclopedia Britannica and understand more about the information environment that we come from. And we're doing lots of training in this space. So just now we have, so I'm director of the centre and we provide a lot of training to people at Edinburgh, but we're doing data visualization, we're doing statistical analysis, and we're just developing this managing digitized documents pipeline that will train people in digitization, optical character recognition, handwriting recognition, what to do with the data, how to catalog it, how to store it, and actually be able to understand that whole digitization pipeline. So that's very exciting to be able to train up people, and that's the kind of courses people can dip in and out of. So just to finish, we know how to digitize stuff now. It's been around for a long time as digitization, and we know really how to do most things and for best practice. But we use the products of this process all the time in teaching and research engagement, and there's still ample opportunity to get involved with this to help create the digital environment in which we and others work in, and also to make sure it's an inclusive digital environment for GLAM collections, but also for digital humanities and also beyond. Thanks very much for inviting me here today. It's been a pleasure to talk about my work, and I hope the summer school's going really well for you.
Thank you, Melissa Terras, for that presentation. It's now time for question and answer. It's now time for question and answer. So, question, okay. Do you want to take down all the questions and respond to them after, or you want to take the questions as they come?
I can take the questions as they come.
Okay, thank you. Walia.
Thank you, Dr. Melissa. My name is Johanna Joseph Walia from the University of Calabar. I would like to know something about copyright, because there are so many copyrights on the internet today.
Yeah.
For example, a MDM or something that allow people like to publish other people's work, even the work is on sale in the other site, but it's free on the other side. Like for example, Z Library. Now I have a work that I'm doing, archiving African electronic literatures, and then there is some work that I've been given like on some site free, so somebody can download it and archive it or do something with it. But they are also on sale. Now, for me to be on safer side, so that later after I archive this work, someone may sue me to court and say that I've preached his own right. So how can I handle such issues? Thank you.
Okay. So what we would do if we don't know the copyright status of something you have to do what's called due diligence. So due diligence is where you try and find the copyright holder to get their permission. And this is under the UK legal framework, which might be different from your framework. But we try and contact the people who own the copyright, or we try and identify them. And then if we can't, then we'd spend, it's about half a day of time trying to locate people, writing letters to people, writing emails, trying to get them on LinkedIn and Facebook and whatever. And if you can't find them, then that's technically what's known as an orphan work, which means that it doesn't have a parent copyright anymore. I always think it's a bit tragic, that term. And then you can use a risk management approach where you put a statement on your website that says you have tried to contact someone and you have done due diligence. And if someone owns the copyright to that, please contact you because you'd like to talk about it. And if there's any objections, please let us know and we'll take it down. And actually, these takedown policies, they're called, can be quite simple. It really is write to us, prove that you own the copyright, and then let us have a conversation about it. But that means that you have that legal backup, that if someone does make a formal complaint about you, you can show that you tried. And you can show that you then publicly said, I don't own the copyright for this, but I want to make it available to other people. And I will take it down if anyone objects. But I think the benefit for it being available to people is so important that we should take that risk. And copyright management and digitization is all about risk management. Now, I am someone who I don't have much concept of risk in my life. I'm like, what's the worst that could happen? Like, really? Like, you're putting something online. Really? What's the worst? They can write you an email and they'd be unhappy with you. Like, so I'm willing to be that person that puts the things online and just goes, yeah, we'll see what happens. But major institutions are often very conservative about that. And they don't want to have that risk management. So it's working out where your risk sits, or where your concept of risk. Really, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? The worst thing is someone's going to write you an email or phone you up. And then you go, oh, terribly sorry, we'll take it down offline. But it's walking through that process of due diligence, showing that you've done that, and then having a policy saying, like, we know we don't have the copyright for this. We're not pretending to have the copyright for it, but we think the benefit is in sharing it. But we will take it down if anyone objects. Does that help? Oh, I can't hear you anymore. I think you're muted you're muted the mic on your end.
Hello?
Hi, hi.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, the next question, okay? Introduce yourself and ask your question.
Thank you. Please, did you say it's Professor Melissa?
Yeah, but Melissa's fine. Melissa's fine.
Yes. Thank you very much, Prof, for the engaging discussion on digitization. I'm Sir David Toh from Cameroon, the University of Yaoundé 1 and the University of Bamenda. I work in these two institutions. I come from a background that is politically not stable. And from 2016 to now, to present, we have had a lot of atrocities happening, especially in the English-speaking part of Cameroon. And I would like to digitize or digitize images projecting some of these atrocities. But the problem is there is some memory the government would not want to see. On the part of the Anglophone speaking or the Anglophone region, the separatists would not like to be attributed images they have not committed. So I am a scholar. I want to document this for posterity. Now, there is this dilemma in which I find myself. How do I go about this in such a way that all what is happening should be documented and kept? Should I, in the course of doing this, describe? Because if I describe and the government sees that I have stepped on their toes, they will call me a separatist. And of course, I will be imprisoned, and we know the rest, we in Cameroon. If I give a wrong description to an image that is committed by the separatist, they will say that I am a black leg. It means that I'm in support of the government. They will come for me, maybe to chop off my hands or eliminate me. So how do I handle this? How do I go about this kind of research? I don't know. If you have an idea, you help us. Thank you.
Ali, you'll be history.
This sounds like a very you've got to make sure that you're okay, and that things won't come back against you whilst getting the information out there. Now we have not similar in the UK, but there is some digitization around 1970s feminist archives. And they've published that online as an anonymous collective. So the scholars can talk about the material, but who has put it online? We don't know. But they're using the collective and the ability to say that they're a group, an anonymous group, to avoid that personal persecution. And I'm all for transparency, general, but I think the case that you just described is complex. It'll have real world implications for you. And so I would be using the infrastructures of the internet, the potential for anonymity, and making sure that copies of your data are put elsewhere, so that if the government decides to shut down the website, it's parked somewhere else. And how I'd recommend using the Internet Archive for that, actually. So the Internet Archive, based in America, run by a bunch of quite cheeky, brave people who are interested in preserving the world's knowledge away from the US government. So you can take copies of websites and put them in there, and they'll save them and put the material up there, so that if something happens to a website that you've set up to shut down, there's still a copy. So I would recommend that. There's also partnership that you could make with other people externally, other libraries and archives. It might be that if you digitize that you could reach out to other scholars external to your institutions or your country to make sure they have a copy of the data. Just to make sure that there's copies of elsewhere that researchers could get access to. But I would not be putting yourself in danger, and I'd be using the benefits of anonymity that the internet can provide in sharing information. Be very careful with IP addresses and traceability. It's not just about what's said on the web page. It's making sure you're using VPNs to upload stuff, and making sure that it can't be proven who was putting that information out there. Does that help?
A round of applause. Yes, that I think that is the solution to the quagmire. Let's take another question. Or We allow her to go. Another question. Okay. There's no more question. Professor Melissa Terras, thank you once again for taking out time to be with us. It's been very engaging. Thank you.
Thanks very much. It was a delight, and I look forward to visiting you in real life when I can leave my cupboard.
We are looking forward to that.
Thank you.
And
Thank
you give us the opportunity to spoil you a little. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
So is time for lunch, but I don't think lunch is ready.
I gave them assignment yesterday.
Okay. I will hand over the microphone to the co-chair. In fact, Richard, you should take over the afternoon session, please. I'm off. No, I'm going to, you know where I'm going now, so what's your problem? Well, but first, before I hand over the microphone to the co-chair, and before that, there's a book stand out there. There is also an address stand. So we are not saying you must, but we are saying that you can patronize them. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for the able program chair who intends to spoil the Oyibo woman. When next she comes, when physically she has promised to be with us. But if you need to engage her, you can as well get her contact, and then you'll be able to. I was happy with the question you raised because I know some of us here are interested in cultural heritages. So it is good that you understand the dynamics. But if I understand that a 1 hour or more period of engagement might not necessarily translate you to a scholar in cultural heritage. So you may need such people, you may need to also talk with them from time to time. They will be able to guide you. Is that understood? Thank you so much. I might using term just like my colleague. He uses terms extravagantly. And at times, it used to, you know, when he said he was going to spoil, I know that spoiling, some of us that are not from Nigeria will not understand. It's actually a Nigerian English. To spoil you is to lavish you with good things. Yes, that's the spoiling. With good things. You understand? You understand? So if you go back to Senegal, if you tell somebody you're going to spoil the person, you are in problem. C'est gâté, oui, en français, en réalité, en français, c'est gâté. Oui, it's the same thing. Okay, your results are here. If you didn't submit, you are not qualified for afternoon meal. If you did not submit something here, I told us that the convener, we wanted and we still want to make it as engaging, hand-on activities. Even today, there will be another. So I went through meticulously through all the projects. This project is, I'm going to read out to all of them. Yes. This is from Faith Samuel Bassi, Echoes of Culture in Francophone Literature and Distance Reading. The ones I've made comment on. This is digitizing legal documents in Nigeria. Anthony. Anthony who? Is it Anyang or what? Okay, I know. Okay. I ask questions. You say legal document. What? Which? And how? And that because you have taken a very legal document, you needed to describe. You further description. So in some cases I said discuss, describe, and then define. So so you understand. I've seen them. Reading Shima Amanda Ngozi Zikora with Voyant Tools. And this is Jonathan. Jonathan, where is he? No, it's okay. But I was trying to say that using digital tools, especially for people in literature, does not mean that there will be no creativity in the concept of what you want to do. There is still creativity, because what interests people is actually the creativity. You understand what I mean? You can still create whatever the aspect you want to discuss in the literature and still link it through the Voyant or any to Antcom or whatever, or Python, or even if you so wish, crocodile tools. If there are crocodile tools, you can still use them. So you got, that's why I said. This is reconfiguring gendered conversations in Bring Back Our Get Tweets, a DH approach. This is from Olua Yemisi. Olua Yemisi. Yes. This is it's quite a project with potentials. These violations in Nkugi Watiengo Wizard of the School, the digital humanity perspective. This is what? Concatenation and ecological violations. And I ask question, how? The digital humanities perspective. How is digital humanities perspective actually going to solve the problem? So it's supposed to reflect. If you are going to say digital humanity to you, it is possible to specify in the tools. You give some idea about the methodology you are going to use. Okay. You see how to know. Training is very important. You can be given 2 seconds to generate a thought. It is part of the training. I didn't need to give you 1 hour, because you will enter a place. That's how scholars are. If you ask me question as I'm running, I will be answering, because you have trained yourself to be like that. That's why I intentionally did that. But you see, it is good now. You can redefine it, and it will suit. This is Kuma. Archiving traditional songs. In Lome, this is a very important. The reason is because the traditional songs are in risk of extinction. So archiving them will be good. But how are you going to? It is going to be a multimodal. There are different forms of actually doing that. So if you add multimodality, it is going to make it more enriching. So this is actually, it has a lot of potential. Digital humanities and the challenge of copyright protection in Nigeria. That's good. This is David Hu. Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, UNILAG. Digital humanities, exactly partly what a professor that just spoke to us, Melissa, was talking about. Copyright. It's important. You know, here in Africa, our cultural heritage or artifacts, copywriting, in short, if you go to any of our villages, you can take pictures anyhow. It doesn't matter much. Please make sure you tidy your surrounding, whatever you have eaten, tidy your surrounding. Don't leave anything here. You can see how neat this place is. Okay. So, okay, this is documentation of indigenous oral history, indigenous format. I have made some adjustments to it. Then you have Patrick Sunday, Veritas University, CEDHUL Humanities and Political Discourse Analysis. I said this one, we need to discuss this one. An ecomorphological analysis of Psalm 104 using AntCom. I also why are you laughing? It's a, yeah. Yes. And then. We have to divide them to disciplinary lines. Okay, I will suspend this one, and then we will divide ourselves into disciplinary lines. Okay, I'm going to call the people in cultural heritage. Please go to the other side. Cultural heritage, yes. Please. Cultural heritage, archiving, history, ethnography, anthropology. Go there. Okay? I'm going to appoint. Yes, please, let's do it as language documentation. Language documentation. Corpus linguistics. You go to the last row. Eh? Where you are interested in, yes. Please, let's be taking our. Now, and come back. No, am I suspending this? I wanted to divide them. They can just write their names. That's all. Yes, so that from language, yes. Please be moving there. Hey, you go there now. Yes. No, literature. Literature, you remain here. Literature. Discourse. Discourse. Media. Discourse. Media. You'll be here. Pragmatics, discourse, media, you will be there. Yes, please write down your names. Habib. Where are you going? You say you don't. Oh yeah, go. No, we are divided into groups. I will show you what you will do after that. Which one is this? Discourse, pragmatics. You can go to this one. Media. Cultural heritage. The other side. Language, documentation, Linguistics. No, choose one. Choose one. We have how many? We have 4 groups now. Is there any other group I'm forgetting? Huh? Philology. Oh, you go to language, you will divide them. Huh? Yes, linguistics. Yeah, you go there. Where concern? Copyright. Okay. You see, library, copyright, and other related. You put your con down here. Huh? Library. That I have already said I can't bet. I want to. Yes, come. Are you put there? No, if come, okay, join them here, sir. Maybe you meet them there. Join you people. Please induct him. How many are you? Are you people stay here? Stay and separate yourself here. It is good. The project. I'm going to give you people project. How many people are there? Okay. Yes. Cultural heritage. You can join them here. Corpus linguistics. Language documentation. Linguistics generally. No, I've separated them. Let them be there. Let the other people. No, I'm going to. Okay, please just write down the names of your members and let me have a duplicate. Please give me a duplicate copy and then get prepared for us to take a photograph. Cool down. Please, all of you should choose a leader. You choose your leader. Choose your leader. Please choose your leader. So when you are submitting, you tell me your leader. Oh yeah, please. I'm waiting. Please let me have it.
ló dé.